be on record, Mr.
May it please the court, my lady, I would request this opportunity to address your ladyship on regard of Mr. Shabangu, who has been taken ill. He's contracted COVID.
Oh.
And he's not going to be available apparently for the next, well, from today and for the next week at least. And he has requested an indulgence, my lady. my learned friend, Mr. Late. As I said, if my memory does not leave me in a lurch, but that's what I understood. But be that as it may, my lady, I'm satisfied. I'm sure it would be to the advantage of Mr. Shabongo also if Professor Pina only commences on the 14th of March.
Okay. Thank you very much.
May it please the court, my lady.
Mr. Late?
Thank you, my lady. The next witness to testify is Mr. Mahlatsi Nofile. He's number 19 on the sequential list of witnesses. He needs an interpreter. I did liaise with Lisiwe for a Tswana interpreter.
The arrangements were made, Judge. However, I was informed that the Setswana interpreter is on leave, and therefore they do not have a Setswana interpreter at the moment.
But did you tell Mr. Late?
Judge, I literally just got informed of that this morning because the interpreter that came through was a Sepedi interpreter, so I had to sort it out this morning. Hence, we're also late for roll call this morning.
Can't he
Judge.
also interpret Tswana?
He said he can't, Judge.
Okay, can we break? Can we take a few minutes break so that I can check with the court manager? Thank you very much.
My lady, we still have Ms. Matebe available. She's Setswana.
No. Let's just. Can I first check with the court? Let me do that. If you can give me 10 to 15 minutes, I don't know whether I'll get hold of her.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Let's just take 10 to 15 minutes and then I will indicate through Nelisiwe if we manage to do something.
May it please the court.
Judge, can I start by administering the oath?
Just before you do that, all right, I see Mr. Late is there. Yes, good morning, Mr. Seretsani.
Good morning, Justifer.
How are you this morning?
I'm fine, thanks, and yourself.
Okay, good. Nelisiwe, you can continue to administer the oath. No, before you do that, maybe I should start with the interpreter. Mr. Seretsani, do you swear that you will interpret the proceedings from Setswana to English and English to Setswana to the best of your ability?
I do confirm that, Judge.
Thank you very much. You may proceed, Nelisiwe, with the witness.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, please state your full names and surname for the record.
Ntate ka bolela mabitso a gago le sefane ka botlalo.
Ke nna Matlatsi Theophilus Nofile.
Matlatsi Theophilus.
Theophilus Nofile.
A go tlo ba bolela ko dim.
Matlatsi Theophilus Nofile.
Matlatsi Theophilus Nofile.
Okay.
Do you have any objections to taking the prescribed oath?
E ka ba o ka ba le kgatlano le go tse go ikana. O ka ba le bothata ba go ka tseya kano na? No objection. I won't have an objection.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Wa ikana gore se o tla se bolelang e tla ba nnete, nnete feletseo e seng go ngwe ntle le nnete. I do.
Please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
Emisa letsogo la gago la go ja o re Modimo nthuse. The
You are
witness.
hereby sworn in.
Okay, continue, Mr. Late.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Nofile, I want you to take a look at the first statement I'm going to refer the court to, and that statement can be found on page 7698 of the case lines.
Ntate Nofile naka o lebelle statement se go ne se kry-la mo page 7698.
Is it correct that this morning you had the opportunity to read through the statement?
Go bjalo gore go seng ga letsatsi la kajeno o ile wa kgona go ka lebella statement seo go se bala statement seo. Yes, I did read the statement.
And I want you to go to the last page of the statement, which is on page 7700, or rather 7699.
7699.
Page.
Rata gore o page mola o ye ko page number 7699.
Is it correct that this is your signature that is shown on that page at the bottom above the deponent?
E ka ba ke signature ya gago mo fatshe mo mafelong mo. Jwale ka motho na signela statement sego? That's correct, that's my signature.
And this statement was deposed to on the 15th of August 2018.
Statement seo o se signetse ka di 15th October 2018.
2018, that's correct.
Yes, that 2018.
15 August, not 15 October.
Sorry, come again. I've interrupted you, say?
Sorry, it's 15 August, not 15 October.
15 August.
Yes.
2018. Kind statement is also signed the 15th August, Kajarawa 2018. Yes.
Do you confirm the contents of the statement?
Se se kwadilego mo statementeng se wa se tiisetsa jwalo ka nnete?
Ee.
Yes.
Are there any changes or additions that you want to make to the statement?
Go na le diphetogo na tse o ka ratang go di etsa mo statementeng sego kapa go lokisa go e ka bang le gore ga go kgotsofatse mo statementeng sego? No.
Thank you, my lady. With your lady's permission, I'd like to hand in this statement that is found, that starts at page 7698 of the witness as Exhibit P1.
Is there any objection to the handing in of the statement?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pinar. The statement of Mr. Nofile, as it is found on pages 7698 to 7700, is handed in and marked Exhibit P1. I see Mr. Van Bergen.
It's all, my lady.
Come again?
I beg your pardon, my lady. My learned friend just indicated to me is Exhibit R1, not P1.
We are from, yes, that's what I thought, because the previous ones were Q.
Yes.
So after Q, it's P, isn't it?
It's P.
PQ.
Mr. Van Bergen, can I hear you?
It's R, my lady. We already.
Why do we have R? Because we are from Q.
Yes, we have had P1 to, I think, P3. That was Dr. Morule. His affidavit, his post-mortem report, and the opinion. And then we had Q.
Just a second, I'm also checking my notes. Dr. Morule. OPQ, isn't it?
As your ladyship pleases.
Yes, so I'm just relying on you, otherwise you're going to just a second.
My lady, Ms. Molefe's statement was Q, my lady.
Yes, I'll just check them properly. It's fine. The statement is handed in and marked Exhibit R1.
Thank you, my lady.
If I may, for the purpose of the record, the statement of Matlatsi, just Theophilus Nofile, Nofile, is handed in as it appears on pages 7698 to 7700 of case line, is handed in and marked Exhibit R1. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Conductor.
Mr. Nofile, I now want to take you to another statement that is handwritten that can be found in the case docket of Terence Chaba as A32, and it's found on case lines on page 2876. You please have a look at this statement.
Ka go bolela ka statement se seng se se kry mo pantle mo case line ya 832 page ya case line ya 2876.
Do you confirm that this statement was also made by you?
Wa tisetsa gore statement seo le sona se dirile go wena?
Yes, se dirile ke nna se.
I did the statement.
And this morning you had the opportunity to read through the statement.
Hoseng ga gompieno o ile wa kgona go lebella go ikgopotsa go bala statement seo gape.
Ee. Ke re
Yes.
chance of bad.
I did got
And
the
it-
chance of going through it.
And on page 2877, your signature appears on that page. Is that correct? At the bottom of the page?
Lebella mo page 2877 go na le statement go na le signature e tlhagellang mo ke yona ya gago.
Ee, ke signature ya ka.
Yes, that's my signature.
And this statement was deposed to on the 4th of July, 2018.
Statement se se dirile ka di 4 tsa July ka 2018.
Ee, se dire ka di 4th of July.
Yes, the statement was taken on the 4th of July.
Do you confirm the contents of the statement?
Se se kwadilego mo statementeng seo wa se tiisetsa bjalo ka nnete?
Ee.
Yes.
Are there any changes or addition that you want to make to the statement? Anything to add to the statement?
Go na le phetogo se ding tse o nyakang go di dira goba motlhomongwe go tsentsha se sengwe seo bo se siile se tshwanetse se be mo statementeng? No.
This is felletse.
A go tloba kopa o boeletse gape a ka utlwa.
Oh, I get ya go eta selo se felletse ka bokhoseleng.
The statement is complete. I don't want to add anything.
Thank you. My lady, with your lady's permission, may the statement be handed in as Exhibit R2.
Is there any objection to the ending in of the statement?
May it please the court, my lady, no objections.
Thank you. The statement of Mr. Matlasi Theophilus Nofile, as it appears on pages 2876 to 2877 of case line, it's handed in and marked Exhibit R2.
Statement sa gago tate ba se amogela jwala ka botlhatsi ne.
Okay.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you.
Mr. Nufile, except for the work that you had done at the hospital, you also worked at the premises of Precious Angels at Danville, is that correct?
Ntle le mmereko o bong o dira ko spetlele o ba o bereka gape ko lefelong la Press Angel.
Ee. Isa
Yes.
fa ka tlele re re le hape go Precious Angel.
Ko Press Angels.
Go Precious Angel.
Precious Angels.
Precious Angels. Yes, except that the hospital worked also at the premises of Precious Angels.
In Danville.
In where?
In Danville.
In
Danville.
go Danville.
Go Danville.
Yes, in Danville.
Precious Angels also had a premises in Atteridgeville, is that correct?
Precious Angel in a lefelo gape mola mo Atteridgeville. Well,
Ee, ya go Mosalo Street.
that's correct, at Mosalo Street.
And the male mental health care users were housed in Danville, and the female mental health care users were housed in Atteridgeville. Is that correct?
Batho ba sanna ba be wa mola lefelong le ko Danville gomme ba bomme ba ne ba bewa ko Atteridgeville.
Ee, go mtate ne ba le go Danville, then bo mme go Mosalo.
Yes. Main persons were placed at Danville and the women at Mosala Street.
And you never worked at Mosala Street, is that correct?
And wena ga se wa dira mola ko Mosala Street?
No.
No.
I have here a list of witnesses, beg your pardon, with a list of deceased that can be found on page 18 of case lines.
Go na le listi ya batho ba tlhokofetseng e kry-elang mola mo page 18 ya ditokomane tseo.
I'm going to take you through the names of the male patients on this list, and I would like you to comment on whether you knew these patients and if you knew anything about their demise.
Ba tlo bala maina a batho ba senna ba tlhokofetseng mmogo ba tla go itse gore go na le se o se itseng kapa o mo tsebang wa bona na.
Okay.
Okay.
The first one is deceased number 2, Sipiwe Makunga.
Wa mathomo ke Sipiwe Makunga.
My lady, if I may.
Did you know this person?
Just a second, Mr. Late, I think, is that Mr. Pihlela's hand?
That is correct, my lady. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Pihlela.
My lady, I would like to object to the line of questioning on the basis that I don't know what is the relevance with regard to this witness confirming the names of people that were deceased. Secondly, this is an ambush because the statements that were directed to read do not contain the list of victims or deceased. As such, I don't understand why we are going there. Or what value is going to bring to the proceedings.
Can I hear Mr. Late?
My lady, it's clear from the witness's statement that he worked at Danville at Precious Angels. It's also clear from Mr. Pichela's own client's statement that Danville housed the male patients of Precious Angels. I cannot see how this can be an ambush for Mr. Pichela because the list of deceased with reference to the NGOs where they were housed is part of case lines on the page 18. If he had done the trouble to read those lists, he would have seen who the deceased were who died at Precious Angels in Danville. So I can't see any ambush.
What is the purpose of the question? Is just to establish whether he knows them or not.
Whether he knows them and if he can explain the condition of the people that is referred to in the list of witnesses who died. He worked there. How can it be irrelevant if he had worked there and knew these patients who died? Some he knew, some died while he was there, some died while he was not there. So I just want to confirm it. Otherwise, there's a gap in the evidence.
Mr. Pichela?
My lady, the witness, we are going to be asking him about different types of people and different types of conditions and so on and so forth.
Well, I think you are breaking.
Now, if that question had been posed to him before and he had made a statement identifying specifically who I am, I'm saying if he had previously made a statement,
you are having a problem now. I cannot follow you. I can't hear anything at all. If you can just take a proper position, please.
Yes, my lady. I don't know if the honorable
just
can hear me now.
Proceed now. Let's try again.
Yes, I'm saying if it is indeed the testimony of this witness that he had interacted with certain of the deceased persons and that this is what he observed, then there should be a document to that effect. I mean, now we are dealing with circumstances from a time gone by. We are asking this witness about different people, and it's not going to take us anywhere, because it is not. I understood Mr. Late at the beginning to indicate that those circumstances, we are here to investigate causation. Now, it might be relevant that, yes, this person was stored in a place that was not conducive, and that is on record. We have put evidence to that effect to say the circumstances, the NGO, some of them were not ready to receive. Some patients should not have been transferred. So I don't see where we are going with this. I mean, to say I saw this man and this is what I saw, I don't think there is any relevance here that's coming from
Thank you, Mr.
We're on a fishing expedition here.
Before I give any ruling, can I hear the views of others? Mr. Watkinka?
Lady, I'm not aware of any principle that the evidence leaders are limited in leading a witness by the parameters of the statement that has been given before, but perhaps I missed something. So I'm really seeking clarity. As you know, I haven't sat through every minute of every day of these hearings, but it would seem to me that hasn't been the position, that any person leading a witness is confined to the four corners of a statement previously given.
No. Okay, thank you. Any other view? Ms. Bandelenda, Mr. Pienaar?
I'll let Mr. Pienaar go first, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Pienaar, you can go first.
As the court pleases, my lady, I'll face the firepower. My lady, my respectful submission is the evidence presented by Mr. Late is relevant in presenting all the facts and circumstances regarding or which may impact on a death of an inmate at such an institution. And in that regard, I agree with Mr. Watpringle and with Mr. Late. Mr. Late's not bound to the four corners of the statement that's been made, my lady. The high watermark is relevancy.
Okay.
And if there's relevancy regarding the purpose of an inquest as stated in terms of Section 16 of the Inquest Act, then it's within the admissible parameters for Mr. Late to present the evidence, my lady.
Thank you
as
very
the court
much.
pleases, my lady.
Thank you. Ms. Bandelenda?
Thank you, my lady. Without unduly burdening the court, I agree with Mr. Pienaar and Mr. Watpringle. We absolutely are not limited to evidence that's simply on the statements. Otherwise, this court could do away with all oral hearings and just rely only on statements. So that can't be right. And I would support the view that this remains relevant.
Thank you very much. Are there no other any opposing views before I close? I'm going to close this now. If I may, the way I understand what is going to happen here, this is a witness who was working at Precious Angels where the male mental health care users were housed. So when the objection came, the question that was posed to the witness was in relation to whether he knows or could testify with regard to the condition of the users who are appearing on the list. Which users? I take it that these are the users who were at Precious Angels at the time, either at the time prior to their demise or at the time of their demise. And on that note, I do not agree with Mr. Bihlela. I think this is relevant because we do not have witnesses who can also direct the court as to what was the condition of these patients leading to, before they demised. So I'm going to allow Mr. Late to lead the witness in this regard. Thank you.
As the court pleases, my lady.
Mr. Late, you may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Nofile, if you go to deceased number 2, Sipiwe Makunga.
Re Nofile ga ka mola go mofu wa bobedi Sipiwe Makunga.
Did you know this person?
O no mo tseba motho?
Yes, Sipiwe Makunga ne ke mo tseba.
Yes, I knew Sipiwe Makunga.
Do you know whether he died while he was still working for Precious Angels?
Ka ba o na le tsebo ya gore o tlhokofetse wena o santsane o direla Precious Angels na?
No.
No. I was no longer being employed there at that time.
How long were you employed at Precious Angels? What time?
O dirile lebaka le le kae mola Precious Angels?
4 or 5 months.
4 to 5 months.
Are you able to assist the court in the physical condition that you last saw Sipiwe Makunga in before you left Precious Angels?
Ka ba ka gona motlhomong go fana ka seemo sa gae gore o be a le bjang ge o feletse go mona mo Sipiwe Makunga na go sa bereka mola.
Ntsa sa kone go tsamaya pila re mo thusa lo mo emelisa mo mpetong le go tlhabisa le re tshwantse re mo buke pele re mo balance then re mo kone mo tlhabisa.
He couldn't walk properly. We had to assist him to get from bed and would also assist him to get bathed, as he could not stand by himself from the bed.
Just a second. I'm going to request the witness, the interpreter, to control the witness. The witness shouldn't say so many things. Remember, there are people who are not conversant with his language. You say little, give the interpreter the chance to interpret, then you can then continue.
Thank you, my lady.
So he couldn't walk properly. Okay, you can first interpret.
I just want to indicate what the court have just told
Yes,
me.
that is why I want.
No feel ke tlo gopela gore ga o arabane e le gore o tlo araba ntho e telle o e khutsufatse and then o boeletse gape o bolele ka morago ba ke interprete so se bolelang ne o tlile papa understood ba tlo batla go thoma o boeletse gape gore seemo sa gae se ne se le bjang ge o na o mmona a sa le mo lefelong le o sa bereka mo go lona. He was weak. So what happened?
Yes.
What happened? He couldn't do things by himself.
Yes.
Yeah. So what happened?
Then like let's answer.
Repeat what you have just said previously.
Re go ba boeletse sela seno se boleletse ga re thoma re botsa potso ka ga seemo sa gae.
Seemo sa gae se le bokoa se a sa khone go iketsetsa selo ka wena re tshwantse re memelise go mpetong le rumisa go tlhapa re mo kuka re mo balance.
Anyane ge pa.
Re tlheka ka mo le kam.
Emaganyana gona fo fela. He was weak. as he was unable to do things by himself, and we had to assist him to get up from bed.
Yes.
Le mo thusa go emella mo betheng, tswela pele.
Like the economisa o bathroom ba re tlhapisa. Then it could transfer we change le malaria hape.
And we take him to the bathroom to bath him and also change his nappies.
He said something about them having to balance him. If you can repeat that so that it can be properly captured.
Thank you, ma'am. O boletse sengwe mathomo na go thoma go bolela gore no tshwantse le mo thuse go ema re kopa o tlhalose seo gape.
It's ka gona le bokwa ka teng. And it turns re buise go bathroom. It tshwantse re mo balance. Tshwantse we two.
The manner in which he was weak, we must balance him, but there must be two of us when we take him to the bathroom.
Were you? Can I proceed, my lady?
Is that all?
Ke sona seo fela ro.
Yes.
You may proceed, Mr. Late.
Were you present at the Danville premises when these mental health care users were taken to or were received there?
O ne o le teng mola Danville, mola go tlisa ba tlisa batho ba e leng gore ba lwala ka tlhaloganyo.
Yes.
Yes.
Continue.
Tswela pele ba.
Will you be able to tell the court whether what the condition of Sipiwe was when
I think
he
there is
was
a hand. I'm sorry to interject you. I haven't even heard your question. Can I hear you, Mr. Pichel?
My lady, my understanding is patients were brought on different dates, not on one date at the same time.
Yes. Let's wait for that. Let's wait for okay. Yes, continue. Let me hear you.
Because I in order for me to also take instructions, it needs to be indicated what date are we talking about. The witness has already testified that he was there for only a period of 5 months. So we might be exploring an aspect that falls outside of his knowledge. And if we can be specific in respect of dates, because we understand that the transition came from the 23rd of June going down. So can we get an indication of the dates, please?
Mr. Late?
My lady, I don't think the witness will be able to remember the day, so I'm going to ask him to comment specific. That's why I refer to each specific mental health care user.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to ask him, were you there when Sipiwe
Just a second. Mr. Pichela?
Yes, my lady, as court pleases.
Yes. Do you hear what Mr. Late is saying? Can we just leave him, give him a chance, and then we'll hear how he presents the questions to the witness?
As court pleases, my lady.
Okay, thank you very much. Continue, Mr. Late.
Were you present, Mr. Nufile, when Sipiwe Makunga was received at Precious Angels in Danville?
Re Nufile, o ne o le teng ka nako ela ba tlisa Re Sipiwe Makunga mo Danville? Yes, I was present.
What was his condition then?
Seemo sa gagwe o ne a le bjang ka nako eo?
Te le motho a lwalang ka bane di-patients tsotlhe ba di tlisa ka transport ya Gauteng what emergency healthcare di ba tlisitse ba tsamaya ka di-wheelchair.
Please, you must remember, don't say a lot. Let the give the interpreter the chance to interpret. Mr. Interpreter.
Sorry, my lady. O ska bolela lebaka le letelle papa ne. O gopola ke tshwantse ke interpreter sengwe le sengwe se se bolelang ne. Batho ba bantsi ba mametse ba tshwantse go utlwa sentle se se bolelang ne.
Okay.
O ba boeletse gape ganyane and then re tswele pele ganyana. He was on a wheelchair and being sick.
Can you tell the court whether his conditions stayed the same or deteriorate or better from the time that you first saw him till you left Precious Angels?
O ka kgona go ka tlhalosa gore as seemo sa gae sa bophelo nako go tloga nako o mmona a fitlha le nako o bona le ena go fitlhela nako wena o tlogela mo plekeng eo seemo sa gae se ile sa ba betere goba se ile sa fetoga sa ba worse na?
Se ile sa fetoga sa ba worse.
His condition changed to worse.
Continue, Mr. Late.
Okay, I'm going to take it to the next deceased.
Mr. There is a hand. I think I didn't see Mr. Pihlela's hand. Mr. Pihlela?
My lady, with respect to my learned colleague, the witness is not a medical doctor. And to ask him a general condition of that nature, when we don't even know the exact condition he was in at the beginning when he came, and then to say his condition got worse. He says he was sick when he came in. That is a general statement. And his observation is based only on the fact that the mental health care users were on wheelchairs. Now, to say his condition, did it get worse? Did it deteriorate? I think we're just contaminating the record, because if there is medical evidence to that effect, then there are people who are better placed to testify about the conditions of the patients that were there. We don't even know the cause in respect of why he got worse. This witness cannot testify on things that do not fall within his own knowledge.
Just a second, can the witness step aside just for a while? If anybody is with somebody there, Mr. Late, to assist?
Yes, my lady, is with Mr.
Okay, thank you. Continue, Mr. Pihlela. I've captured your, I think I heard you. Can I, before I go to Mr. Late, are there any other views? Can I give Mr. Late the opportunity to respond? Unless if there is anybody who wishes to say something. Mr. Late? Oh, I see Mr. Van Bergen is there.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, perhaps if the witness can place on record what his qualifications are, one would be better equipped to determine if there is validity to the objection or not.
Thank you. Mr. Late?
Well, it's clear from the witness's statement that he has no qualifications in the medical field. But he dealt with the people while working there. Mr. Pihlela will have his chance to examine this witness. If he can't understand what the witness means by getting worse, then he can ask the witness about that. I don't have to be a medical practitioner to see that somebody's getting sicker and sicker when I deal with such a person on a daily basis. This court can deal with the evidence regarding who this person is. it's only the weight that the court afford to the evidence that is that will be different. There's nothing irregular to asking a witness whether somebody got worse or better, because he saw him when he was there, he saw him when he left, he know what his condition was. It's the weight that the court has to attach to that evidence, and it's not irrelevant, and it's not unlawful to lead this evidence as the court.
Okay. Any other views before I rule? Mr. Pitlela, you want to reply?
My lady, that is exactly my point. I mean,
Okay.
we are now inviting evidence that is of little value to this court. Already on record, there are indications of different factors that may lead a mental health care user's condition to be affected. Stress, being relocated. We have had different medical terms ascribed to that. Now we are asking this poor witness to say what he was getting worse. It's only going to extend my cross-examination, my lady. And I think the evidence it's of little probative value here. We are just feeling in a time slot.
Yes, I think you will deal with this during your cross-examination. I'm going to allow these questions. Continue, Mr. Late.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Nofila, I want to take you to the next person, Christopher Mukaba. You already referred to him in the statement that's handed in as Exhibit R1. So I'm not going to take that any further. The next one is Sipiwe Tabete. Did you know Sipiwe Tabete?
Tlo bolela ka o mong wa bafu Sipiwe Tabete wa mo tseba?
Eka mo tseba Sipiwe Tabete.
Yes, I know Sipiwe Tabete.
Did he pass away while you were still working at Precious Angels, or after you already left Precious Angels?
Ge a tlhokofala o bo santsane o dira mola Precious Angel goba o tlhokofetse setse o tsamaile ko Precious Angel? I had already left.
What was the condition? Let me first ask you that. Were you present when Sipiwe Tabete was received by Precious Angels in Danville?
Na go ba amogela Sipiwe Tabete mola mo Precious Angel ko Danville o no o le teng?
Patients ka mo ka ha di tla le teng.
Yes, when all the patients were brought in, we were there.
Can you tell us the court what the health status was, as far as you as a layman can see, was with Mr. Sipiwe Tabete?
Bele ka motho o senang ditsewa tsa bongaka, wena bele ka motho o ka kgona go tlhalosa na gore seemo sa Sipiwe Tabete sa bophelo se ne se le bjang ka nako a etla fo?
That's a sharp way.
He was not. I'm not certain whether he had suffered a stroke or he was involved in an accident.
Yes, could he walk?
Just hold it there, Mr. Late.
Right.
Yeah, Mr. Nofile, when you were asked whether you were present when Sipiwe Tabete was received at Precious Angels in Danville, your response was yes. When all the patients came in, we were there. Who is we? Because this question only relates to you. You testify about what you yourself observed.
Re Nofile, ge o botsiswa potsiso ya gore ge Sephiwe Thabete a itla a ba motlisa fole ne o ne o le teng na, and wena karabo ya gago wa gore di patients kaofela ga tsona ge di tliswa mo la Precious Angels lebe le teng e le gore ba botsisa putso mo go wena e seng ka ba bangwe.
Okay,
I was present.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed, Mr.
Okay, my next question is the physical condition of the deceased. Could he walk? Was he also in a wheelchair? What was the situation with him?
Re Sephiwe Thabete seemo sa gae o ne a kgona go itsamaela go ba le o ba le mo wheelchairing. We were assisting him to walk.
And when you left Precious Angels, do you know what happened with him?
Ga wena o setse o tlogile o tswile mo lefelong le la Precious Angel ka ba o na le tsebe ya gore go se go diragetseng ka ena?
Like maybe after a week or week tse pedinya tlile ka o mo ba ne ba setse bola ba bereka a re o tlhokofetse.
Maybe a week or two after I had left, I heard from one of the persons who remained being employed there saying that he had passed on.
Thank you. The next mental health care user I want to refer you to is healthcare user number 9. Of deceased number 9, Terence Chaba, whom you already referred to in this statement marked as Exhibit R2, which was in the case docket of in which your statement was in that case docket. Did you know Terence Chaba?
Ba bua ka mo ba patient number 9 or mofu number 9 or banke. You said the name Terence Chaba.
Terence Chaba, yes.
Chaba. Ba Terence Chaba. O ile go lena la ga ile tlhagella mo case docketing e nngwe e we boneng le yona. Yes, I knew him as well.
Mr. Late, I'm going to request that you display the list. Remember, the interpreter doesn't have the list. If that can be displayed on the screen. And maybe even when evidence is being referred, if that can anybody help you or one of your colleagues here?
Yes, I would request my more technological.
Yes, Ms. Stevenson, Sacha, where are you? If or anybody else who can assist so that the interpreter can be able to. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, continue, Mr. Late.
Thank you, my lady. According to the post-mortem report, Terence Chaba had died of natural causes as follows. Natural causes should be considered: bronchopneumonia. Semi-starvation may have predisposed the deceased to the development of bronchopneumonia. Now, you already testified about your statement R1 and statements R1 and R2 that the diet was not sufficient for the people and everybody had to eat the same food. Do you know what the situation specifically regarding Terence Chaba was? What was his ability to eat by himself? Did he eat by himself? Was he fed? Was he willing to eat? What was the situation as far as you knew him?
Reno File, ga re bolela ka Terence Chaba, post-mortem report ya gae e tlhalosa gore lebaka la go tlhokofala gae se se diragetseng go se dileng gore a tlhokofale e ka ba bronchopneumonia.
My lady, if I may.
Yes, Mr.
And with
My apologies because, yes, Mr. Pichela.
My lady, now we are leading the witness and telling him things that he did not testify to. To say that this person died of this and this and this, and now the witness must now testify about why can't he be asked a direct question of what he observed then? Because now you are telling him, you are basically feeding him a whole line of things to say. You are linking it to what he might have seen or might not have seen. Why can't a question be put to him with regard to what he was able to observe at Precious Angels in respect of food or whatever the case might be? Is there a need to read what was said in the post-mortem to the witness?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Late?
Right. With all due respect, to my learned friend, my lady, we will finish much quicker if we stop with these senseless objections. I just laid a basis for this witness to testify about the eating habits of the deceased, because the post-mortem says that he was semi-starved. And this witness was one of the care workers who dealt with feeding the deceased. He can explain to the court what was the situation regarding the eating of the eating habits of the deceased. There's nothing wrong to refer a witness to a finding in a expert report. If my learned friend can show me any case law that prohibits this kind of questioning, please do so. Then I'll, after 35 years, would have learned something.
Mr. Pichela?
My lady, that is besides the point. The point here is, if the witness was able to observe that there was a lack of food at the place, then it suffices for him to say that. That has nothing to do with the semi-starvation that was recorded in the post-mortem, unless my learned colleague can show a link. And we'll have this opportunity during argument to link all these bits and pieces of information together. But to ask this witness to do that for him.
Thank you. Before I rule, can I hear one or two views and then I rule on the matter? Anybody who wants to say something regarding this? Okay, there is a hand. Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, the issue of the adequacy of nutrition is one that appears in this witness's affidavits.
Yes.
And I submit it is permissible to explore that further with reference also to other documentation, as your ladyship pleases.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pichela, I think you have made your point. I'm going to allow this questioning on the basis that this is included in his statement. Continue, Mr. Late. Mr. Late, I'm going to ask you, please, when you ask a question, don't come with so many things, because the interpreter is not going to interpret everything that you're posing to the witness. Just ask a question. I would prefer short questions. They are better off because they can be properly interpreted to the witness.
I agree, my lady.
Yes. I see we started late. Can we move maybe if we can continue until 1 o'clock? See how far we can go with the witness.
I don't have any problems with that, my lady.
Is that a problem to the others because of the break that we took when we're looking for an interpreter?
May it please the court, my lady, no problem.
Okay.
As your
I
ladyship.
take it that the others... Okay, thank you. Yes, you may proceed. If you can shorten this question, please, Mr. Late.
Save for the shortage of food, was there any difficulty in the feeding of Terence job?
Ntle le tlhokego ya dijo. E ka ba go na le sengwe motlhomong mabapi le dijo mabapi le ena Terence Chaba.
Ntse go shota dijo ba sa kry dijo tse enough and the medication patient
Emma pele o tla boeletsa seo kwa ntho e telele tshwantse ke interprete kaofela. There was a shortage of food and tswela pele.
the medication lona ntse o shota tse se tse thobile lo fela medication.
And there was sort of medication which had just was about to finish.
Just hold it there, Mr. Late. I don't think if the question could be clearer to the witness. I didn't even capture the whole question. I don't know whether you wanted to say, save for the shortage of food, was there any difficulty for him doing what?
To feed the deceased, the mental health aid. Did he have any difficulty in eating?
Yes,
the
okay.
deceased?
Ba ntle le gore go ne go tlhokagala dijo go ne go ena le na le bothata ka ba o ena le bothata ba gore le mo fe dijo o mo fe.
No,
There was no problem.
there was no apologies.
We were feeding him.
Thank you. I'm going to take you to number 10, mental health care user who had died. Eric Mashliwane.
Wa bothene Eric Mashilwane o be le patient mo le ena wa tlhokofetseng.
Yeah,
Mr. Late?
I'm
Okay.
struggling.
Yeah,
A ke kgone go kwa pila papa.
He
Hey,
says he
Gamogo,
remembers him.
I remember him.
Continue.
Do you know when he passed away?
Yena wa o na le tsebo ya gore o tlhokofetse neng?
Was it while he was still working there or not?
O tlhokofetse o santsane o bereka mola go ba o sa tlhole o bereka. I was no longer working there.
You don't know when he passed away.
A ona tsebo ya gore o tlhokofetse neng? No, I have no.
Thank you. I'm going to take you to the next one. Number 11, Lucky Maseko.
Ya go wa 11 Lucky Maseko.
Did you know him?
O no mo tseba ena?
Yeah, Lucky Maseko.
Yes, I knew Lucky Maseko.
Did he pass away while you were still working there, or were you not working there anymore?
Ge a tlhokofala no santsane o direla mo lefelong lela go ba no sa tlhole o dira? I was no longer employed there.
Thank you. And Josiah Daniels. Did you know him?
Josiah Daniels yena o no mo itse.
Yeah, Josiah Danielson, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, some more.
I still remember him.
Do you know whether he was ill at any stage while you were there?
E ka ona le tsebo ya gore o ne a lwala o ile a lwala nako o santsane o le mola.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot more.
He was sick.
Do you know what his illness, whether his illness was diagnosed? Or do you know what the diagnosis was?
E ka ba wa tseba gore o lwala ga gae o ba a lwala a tshwere ke eng o ba mo diagnose gore o tshwere ke eng.
And exactly what I'm not sure again.
I don't know what was his diagnosis.
Was he ill when he was received there? Or did he become ill while at Precious Angels?
O be a lwala ge ba mo tlisa mola Precious Angels o ba o lwetse a le mola Precious Angels.
I get to be pila but I get to
I am not sure, but he was somebody who had a mental illness.
Yeah. But other than mental illness, you don't know whether he was ill when he came there or not.
Ntle le gore ke motho na tlhakatlhakane tlhogo ga ona tseba gore o ne a lwala go ba ya nako a e tla fo.
motho a tsebang ke batho ba ntse ba lebella tshegofatso tefo le aus Julia ke bona tse ba tshwara di-files medication.
The people who may have knowledge was Tshegofatso, Tefo, and Sister Juliet. Those are the people that were handling the files.
Okay.
Just
And
a
the
second.
second last,
Just a second. Continue.
the second last one I want to refer you to is Julian Peterson. Did you know him?
Number.
Number 15.
O ba tlang go bolela ka ena bana ke wa o tlhofalwa number 15 mokgwa number 15 Julian Peterson. O no mo tseba ena?
Yes, ke mo tseba Juliet Peterson.
Yes, I knew Julian Peterson.
Did he pass away while he was still working at Precious Angels or thereafter?
Ge a tlhokofala o no santsane o dira mola Precious Angel goba o tlhokofala o setse o tlogetse?
Tlhokofetse setse ke tlogetse.
When he passed away, was no longer employed at the place.
Thank you. And the last one is Soli Mashego.
Wa mafello ke Soli Mashego.
Number 18, did you know him?
Wa number 18 mo listeng o ne o mo tseba yena?
Soli ntse ke mo tseba Soli.
Yes, I knew Soli.
Did he pass away while he was still employed there or thereafter?
Yena ge a tlhokofala o no santsane o dira mo lefelong leo kgotsa no sa tlhole o dira?
Yeah, ntse ke sa bereka ko teng.
I was still employed.
Yes.
Can you maybe assist the court in the circumstances surrounding his death?
O ka tlhalosetsa gore ye lebaka motlhomong leo diretse baketseng go tlhokofala ga gae? Ba se dilong gore ba feletse tlhokofala.
I think like medication ka mkhono sente ka one like flu in the morning re tla re tshwarele high mo kereile setsa re mo direla tlhokofetse.
Okay, President. I
Mahalela
think
medication.
I think the shortage of medication would be the cause, because in the morning when we came in from home, we found him already dead. That's what I'm
Like go trailer le yeah ena le plus na tshwere ke le patient like a tshwere ke stroke ana le di fits.
He was a patient who had suffered stroke and he had fits or epilepsy.
Continue.
I didn't hear the answer. The interpreter was silent all the time.
No, but all what he said.
I only saw his lips moving, but I couldn't hear anything.
Oh,
I
okay.
interpreted, my lady. The answer was he had suffered a stroke and he looked like somebody who is suffering from fits or epilepsy, which would be referred to. Am I audible, sir?
There's some delay now, but what do you know about his death?
Well, just a
What did
second.
you find?
Where is before we go to the witness, where is the delay, Mr. Late? Because I could hear the witness properly. I don't know. Can I check with the others so that we can establish if there's a problem? Maybe it's from your side.
Melody, I can hear the witness very well.
Mr. Sibara?
The witness is very clear. I can hear him.
No, even the interpreter. The issue is...
The interpreter can hear him as well, yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you. So, something could be wrong from your side, but I don't know. When did it start, Mr. Late?
My lady, if I could leave, it started this morning already with some problems. If I can just leave and join again and see whether it will get better.
Okay, can we then take what is now, it's a...
11:45.
Yes, I didn't want us to take a break, but I hope you're not going to take long. Or maybe we can just take a 10-minute break.
Everybody is now moving correct again, my lady.
Come again, is it fine now?
Yeah, it's fine now.
Okay, continue then.
Okay. I was just asked the witness, what did he know? What does he know about the circumstances surrounding the death? And he said that the morning that they came there, what did he find there?
The answer was when in the morning they came there, they found him dead. And there could be a reason of shortage of medication. And further indicated on the second question you asked about maybe the cause of the illness or the illness of the patient, indicated that the person looked as he was suffered. It's either he suffered from stroke or he could have been having fits, which would be referred to as epilepsy.
Yes, thank
epilepsy. You. Okay. But the shortage of medicine, you won't know whether that's the cause of death. You just found him dead and he had fits while working there.
Lebaka la shortage ya meriana ya medication o ka se be le bonnete ba gore e ka ba lebaka la gore a tlhokofale fela ke se lona le mo kreileng a le sona ge le fitla go bjang ara baba
Re mo kereile o le bjalo ge re fitla.
Yes, we found him in that manner when we arrived.
Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you very much. Cross-examination by the others. Mr. Watpringle, do you have questions to the witness?
No questions for this witness. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Ms. Govender?
No questions for the witness, my lady.
Mr. Pina?
May it please the court, my lady, no questions, and maybe at this stage it would be apposite also to mention that Advocate Shibongu also indicated he has no questions for this
Yes,
witness.
you have already said that. Thank you
Yes.
very much.
May it please the court, my lady.
Mr. Van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. I don't have questions at this stage, but as usual, I reserve my right.
Thank you. Ms. Sim or Ms. Bandlender?
Thank you, my lady. Yes, I do have a few questions for this witness. Good morning, Mr. Nofile.
Badumela Re Nofile.
My name is Advocate Raja Badlender. I represent families of 44 people that passed away.
Mo tlo botsang dipotso anong ke Advocate Nasrin Raja Badlender o yemela di-family tsa batho ba 44 ba ba tlhokofaletseng mo lefelong leo.
In particular, I represent 11 people that died at precious age, the families of 11 people that died at Precious Angels.
Pila ke moemedi wa batho ba 11 ba ba tlhokofaletseng mo lefelong lela la Precious Angels.
Now, we've talked, you've given evidence this morning about some of them. I'm just going to tell you the names of our clients also for the purposes of the court. The ones that you've discussed this morning that were at Precious Angels include Eric Mashilwane, Soli Macheko, Christopher Makoba, Terence Chaba, and Daniel Charles Josiah.
O tlo go botsa ka maina a bona ne jala ka ga o ile wa tlhalosa ga o fana ka botlhatsi ba ga mabitso a ba bitsitseng a ntse re bolela ka bona ba ba tlhokofetseng.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Nofile. Ms. Nofile, you've told the court that you were first a cleaner at Precious Angels at the beginning of June 2016 for about 4 to 5 months. Is that correct?
O tlhaloseditse gore wena ge o thoma go bereka mo le ka June ka bona ka bo June 2016 for kgwedi tse 4 o no bereka bjale ka cleaner go bjalo.
Thomile go Kalafong before to move up to Precious Angels. We were cleaning the rests of Kalafong.
I started at Kalafong before I moved to Precious Angels and was a cleaner at Kalafong.
Okay. Now, how did you get that job at the job at Precious Angels as a cleaner? How did you get that job?
Tiro e ya go ba cleaner go Precious Angels. O e kreile yang?
Nompumelelo o re hirile like a group of guys who in our area. Then he told us to come and help clean the rest. After finished cleaning the rest.
Just a second, I'm going to stop you right now. You have got an interpreter. The interpreter is here to assist, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. So please speak the language that you are well conversant and comfortable with. Otherwise, we'll mess up our record.
Re tlo kopela gore o bolele ka leleme le o lo tlisang o lo tsebang pila ne ka gore ga o kopanya sekgowa le polelo ya gago ya go gae o tlo tlhakatlhakanya se ba tshwantse gore ba se ngwale mo fatshe o ka tsola thome.
Yes. How did you get the job as a cleaner?
O kreile bja mmereko bjale ka motho ya tlhokisang mola.
Precious ga nompumelelo ha tla tlo re bitsa re tshwaretse mmereko ya ga re tlo mo thusa.
When Nompumelelo approached us and said that she got a job for us to come and assist her.
Who is Nompumelelo?
Nompumelelo o ke mang?
Owner ya Precious Angels.
The owner of Precious Angels.
And by that, is Nompumelelo the same person as Ethel Ngube?
Yes.
The first name?
Ethel Ngube.
Kiana Ethel Ngube.
Yebo.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, you told, well, in your statement, you say that when the first male patients were transferred to Precious Angels, you were there. Is that correct?
O tlhalositse go mo statementeng sa gago gore the patients tsa mathomo tsa banna ge di tliswa mo la Precious Angels o be o le teng go bjalo. That's correct.
And you also say in your statement that at paragraph 3, this is R1, that...
Can I ask, just as you continue, please display the pages on the screen so that the interpreter can see where you are referring and be able to interpret.
Thank you, my lady.
This is page, which statement is this now?
This is the first statement at 7698.
Paragraph?
Paragraph 3.
Ba bolela ka statement sa mathomo sa 7698 paragraph 3.
Thank you.
Can anybody assist us to display it on the screen for the interpreter?
My lady, it is displayed now. I'm not sure if you can see.
It's displayed, my lady.
Fine.
Okay.
Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Nofile, you say in that paragraph that the patients were in possession of medical files, prescriptions, medications, SASA cards, and identification books. You see that?
Wa bona mo statement in sa gago mola or in the patients tse ge be di tlisa be di tshwele di medical file tsa bona ba tshwere di prescription tsa bona meriana ya bona di karata tsa bona tsa SASA le di ID book tsa bona wa bona part yo mo statement in sa gago ra Yes, I see that.
How did you know that they had all of those documents with them?
O tsibile jang gore dilo tseo ka moka tse ka ofela ga tsona tse ba di balang mo gore ba di tshwere mo go bone.
E di bone mo officing ya Nompumelelo.
I saw that in Nompumelelo's office.
Did Miss Ngube keep all of these documents, the SASA cards and ID books of patients, in her office? Is that what you're saying?
So tlhalosang ke gore na Nompumelelo Ngube di document tso bolelang ka tsona dilo tso bolelang ka tsona tse kaofela o be a di beya ko officing ya gagwe na.
It's a di go officing ya hae.
Yes, they were kept. Sorry, bolela ka.
Yeah, like after a bona gore setse re di bone dilo tseo a di tsela a di chief ta.
After she realized that we had seen those documents, she moved them from her office.
Can you explain to us a little bit more about that? What happened exactly that you saw these documents and that resulted in her moving them?
O ka tlhalosa ka botlalo ga botse gore ka morago ba le bone di document tseo le go fitlheleng ga tsona gore di tlosiwe fo. O ska lebala go tlhalosa ganyane papa ne?
Okay.
Just before he responds, if I understand this question, how did it happen that they were ultimately moved from where you saw them? If you can explain.
Thank you.
Go tlile yang gore dilo tseo ka ga le di bone ka mole di feleletse di tlosiwe fo.
like se ba file tsogofatso task ya gore a recorda ngwale mabitso di ID number tsa patient tse tsohle mo, then like when he re tsena ka mo
Just cut there.
Tsegofatso was given the task of registering the particulars of the patients, and we saw them when we got in there.
Okay. My lady, I see that Ms. Munjalele has her camera on. Okay, she's turned it off. Thank you, Mr. Nofile. So you saw these documents while Tsegofatso was using them to register the patients. Why did you said to the court that Ms. Ngube moved them away from you after you saw them? I'm just trying to understand why she did that.
O tlhalositse gore Tsegofatso o ne a fuwe mmereko wa gore a ngwale mo fatshe dilo tsa di-patients tse. Jaanong Ms. Ngube lebaka le le dirileng gore a tla a shifte dilo tsela mo le di boneng teng goba mo ofising ya gae ke eng lebaka leno?
a ke itse gore wa ya di-movie o ka one maybe re bone re tshofatso maybe o mmoleletse gore nna na le rena go mo ofising of which was supposed na tshwantse a be early one.
I'm not sure, but maybe it's because we have seen the documents and Tsegofatso may have maybe informed her that we saw her doing the registration and we were in the office, whereas we were not supposed to be in the office.
Okay. Okay. Now, you say that you then were asked by Ms. Ngube to start becoming a caregiver for the mental health patients.
O rile o ile la feletsa o gopelwa ke me Ngube gore le thoma go tlhokomela balwetsi ba lwalang ka kelelo.
Is that correct?
Go bjalo pa? Yes.
Had you ever worked as a caregiver for mental health patients before?
No.
Pele o kile wa bereka bjale ka motlhokomedi wa tsa bophelo wa balwetsi ba lwalang ka kelelo?
The first time.
I've never worked with them. It was my first time.
Okay. Do you have any training as a nurse or a caregiver?
O kile wa kreya thupello ya go bereka ka balwetsi go ba mookamedi go ba nurse?
Oh.
No.
Okay. Were you the only caregiver or were there other caregivers as well?
O ne o le motlhokomedi wa balwetsi a le one go ba go ne we na le ba bang gape?
There
were others.
How many others?
Ba kae ba bangwe?
There were only 10. Yeah, 10 or 11. 10 or 11.
10 or 11.
Thank you. And to your knowledge, were all of those 10 or 11 previously cleaners before they became caregivers?
Go ya ka tsebo ya gago, batho ba ba balang 10 kapa 11 ebe e le di-cleanera pele ba ka tloswa e ba di-caregiver na? Yes.
Okay. Now, you also said in your statement that there were 2 nurses at Precious Angels. Is that correct?
But the nurse tse pedi mo la Precious Angels. Yes.
What did the nurses do that was different to what the caregivers, what you did?
King seo di nurse tsena ba beng ba se dira se se farologaneng le seo lena bjala ka di-caregivers le beng le se dira?
Nurse bona le ba bereka ka medication then ba re botsa gore re ba thuse ka eng re ba thuse ka eng.
Okay. The nurses were working or administering medication, and they would inform us on whatever that they wanted us to assist them with.
Okay. Now, I want to understand what your job was as a caregiver. What did you have to do every day to take care of the mental health care patients?
Nyaka go itse gore wena tiro ya gago sentle sentle e ne e le eng jana ka motlhokomedi wa balwetse ba lwalang ka tlhokomelo o be o dira eng o ba o tshwanetse o dira eng letsatsi ka letsatsi?
Letsatsi ka letsatsi nna mmereko wa rena ne le go tlhapisa di-patient-e ba tšhentšha maleiri.
Our daily responsibilities was to bath the patients and replace their nappies.
Continue.
Then re ba jesa lo ba jesa.
Also to feed them.
Is that all that you did as caregivers?
Living le se dira jala ka di-caregiver ba tlhokomedi. Yes, that was all that we were doing. Yes. And also to clean in the house.
And also to clean. Okay, so you were caring for the patients and you were cleaning.
Ne le tlhokomela balwetse ebile le kolomaka mo ntlong. Yes.
Did you do anything with the patients to help them move? Well, let's start with that. Did you do anything with the patients, some activities with the patients, maybe to help them go for a walk?
Bona le tsene le dira mtlhomo go thusa di-patient gore go ba tataisa motlhomo ba betse mo go ntle go ba.
Ante ba sa re dumelle gore re ba ise le kontle. Se ba phela mo.
Come again. Papa. Just a second. Yes.
Re sa dumellwa gore ba isa kontle. Se ba phela ba le ka mo ntlong most of the time, every time. Because like where at least re ba ntshetse kontle nyana ntse ba tsa hana mbumelelo.
Ne ba etsang ne ba gana. We were not allowed to take them out.
Okay. To take them out of the house.
Yes.
Did anybody take the patients out of the house?
Gona le o ileng antsha balwetse abantshetsa kantle. Abantsha ka montlong a ba isa kontle.
Yeah, Salela Bansa, like it was totally familiar. Peterson, like on that day, like or little lezo revanse to kontle kwa family lately le mola kono ba krava to kontle kontle.
Yes, we once did that, and I think it was Peterson's family that had visited the establishment, and we were allowed to take them out.
So, Mr. Nofile, sorry, my lady.
Yes.
Mr. Nofile, the reason I'm asking this question is because I'm trying to understand what a normal day in the life of those mental health care users look like.
Lebaka le ba dirang gore ba botsise putso yene ke gore ba nyaka go kreya gore ka letsatsi le letsatsi balwetse ba bophelo ba bona ba ne ke se ba beng ba se dira.
And that's why I asked, were they taken out or were they just left where they're in?
I've noted you, Mr. Pitlela. Can I listen to the question first?
Thank you, my lady. What I was trying to understand, Ms. Nofile, was in a normal day, did the mental health care patients just stay in their bed or sit in their wheelchair inside, or were they taken into the yard for fresh air, for example?
Se a nyakang go se itse ko gore na ka letsatsi le letsatsi balwetse ba kulang ka tlhaloganyo ba ne ba ntshetswa ko ntle motlhomong gore lo ile betha ke moya kapa ba ne ba dula ba le ka montlong ba dutse mo di wheelchair tsa bona ba le mo di wheelchair kapa ba dula mo di beteng tsa bona letsatsi le letsatsi na?
Can he hold his answer? There is an objection, Mr. Just explain to him. Mr. Pitlela?
I understood these proceedings to be dealing with the issue of causation. So I just want to know where we're going with it. How is it relevant to causation?
Yeah, Ms. Gandler.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, it seems to me that Mr. Pitlela's objections today would want me to only ask questions if someone was standing with a knife over a patient about to kill them. That's not what causation is. So all of these questions are relevant to us determining and for this court to determine at the end of the day who is prima facie responsible for these deaths. So I would submit that understanding where these patients, our clients, were before they died and what the situation in which they were living was is relevant to this court. And in particular, you'll see that Terence Chaba, who was one of our clients, had bed sores on his body. The autopsy says that very specifically. Others were dehydrated.
I've noted you, Mr. Sibara.
So,
continue, Ms. Handler.
Thank you, my lady. So, my lady, I would submit that this is relevant. The very, very narrow idea of causation that Mr. Pitlela is trying to advance is not in keeping with our law. So, I submit that it's relevant, but of course, I leave it to the court.
Thank you, Mr. Sibara.
Mr. President, Court, I share the same view with Mr. Pitlela. If Mr. Terence Chaba had bed sores, does the postmortems talk to the bed sores as the cause of death, which we can talk to causation? And further then, the fact that whether the patients were allowed outside, inside the premises, what relevance is that to the cause of death and causation? Thank you, Madam.
Can I take one or two views and then rule on the matter? Mr. Late, do you have anything to say regarding this? If there is any other person, then I'll rule on the matter. If
Yes,
there's none.
Right. I was listening very carefully, and I think the leeway for Ms. Butlender has now been sufficient. This court cannot find causation regarding any of these deceased deaths by whether they were taken outside, what the general conditions were. We all know that the general conditions were very bad at most of these NGOs. I think the witness has testified his knowledge about his knowledge regarding each of the deceased that are subject to this inquest. And I can't see that these questions will take the court any further in coming to the conclusion who caused the death of the deceased.
I'm going to close if there is no other hand. Ms. Butland,
Thank you, my
do you
lady.
want to say something before I?
No, my lady, just this. If I'm allowed to develop this line of questions.
Yes, if you can develop that.
Thank you. You will see, my lady, that in fact I'm about to ask this witness about food, for example. We know that there was aspirated food in many of the patients that were deceased, partly because...
That is something else, but let's not move away from what you have just asked the witness. You have just asked the witness regarding the movement.
Yes,
can we deal with that for now?
Yes,
where are we going
sorry,
with this question?
I misunderstood you. This particular question, my lady, is relevant. It is relevant because we have a situation which an NGO placed someone who was not trained, in fact 10 to 11 people who are not trained to care for mental health care users who are particularly vulnerable. We placed them in care of these patients, and we only asked them to bath and change their nappies and feed them. We didn't. What I'm trying to understand is that these conditions, you cannot say that you put mental health care patients in an institution and you do nothing except change their nappies and feed them and bath them from time to time and expect that when they die, there's no link between the fact that you do not even do gross motor skills, occupational therapy, take them outside, any of that. That's what we will be arguing at the end of these proceedings.
Isn't it already we've got the evidence of this witness to say they were not allowed to take them out. Now, perhaps the question that you had asked, with the witness has not yet answered. You wanted to know whether there was anybody else who took the patients out of the house. That was your question. Maybe you can just leave it there, then we proceed.
I'm comfortable with that. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you very much. If you can repeat this question because I don't think it was answered.
Yes, sure, my lady.
The question was, did anybody else take the patients out of the house other than them? Because the witness said they were not allowed to take the patients out of the house.
Yes, my lady. I just want to be clear. I'm not talking about whether families came to take the patients out.
No. Let's not even go there.
Yeah, that's not what I was
If you can just be reminded that you asked him a question as to whether him and the others who were caregivers were allowed to take the patients out of the house. Then his response was no, they were not allowed. Then a further question to that was whether anybody else took the patients out of the house. Then we leave it there. Mr.
Yes.
Interpreter?
Thank you, my lady.
Reno feeling? Wa rabile gore le ne le sa dumellwa le sa letlellwa go ntshetsa balwetse kantle. Jaanong putsiso ke gore go na le mongwe na yo o kileng a tsa balwetse a ba ntshetsa kantle na?
Anybody else, not even yourself. What is the response?
No one.
Thank you. Can we leave? Can we pass that?
Thank
Continue.
you, my lady. Okay, now, Mr. Nofile, you also said in your statement, I'll find the right paragraph for you. It's in your statement at page 7. Sorry, my lady.
Why? What is happening here now? There is another hand that is still up. Please, you must understand, these are distracting the proceedings because my concentration is being distracted. There is another hand that is up. If I can ask you to lower the hand, maybe you just forgot to put it down. The hand is still up. Okay, thank you very much. Continue, Ms. Badlander.
Thank you, my lady. Now, at page 2877 of your statement...
My lady, I was trying to raise something with the court.
I think, Ms. Seboko, we couldn't hear you. Sorry, my
I
lady.
think she has got problems. Can any one of you tell her that she's busy distracting us? I don't know whether it's because of a connection. I don't understand.
My
Does
lady,
she
I
want
can
to say
hear you.
something?
Yes, my lady. That's why I raised my hand. I thought that was the agreement
Yes, but now you said so. But when I gave you the opportunity, you didn't respond. That's why I was like, okay, continue.
in respect of the question whether or not the patients were allowed out of the facility. I'm not sure if the court has maybe moved faster than I am on the proceedings, but I remember there was evidence from the witness that said on an occasion the mental health users were taken out when, I think she said Esther, I forgot the surname, I didn't write down the surname, when Esther came to visit.
No,
my lady, that's
The evidence was, if I may, the evidence was they were not allowed to take them out of the house. Then there was a further question that was asked to him to say, did anybody take the patient out of the house? And his response was, yes, we once did that. I think it was the Peterson family which had visited them, and we were allowed to take him out.
Yes.
So it was a specific instance.
Yes.
So the question, in fact, the way it was posed, it was, did anybody other than him, because he said them as caregivers were not allowed at all. So from there was after the objections were raised, then I wanted the witness to answer that question that was left hanging, because in my view, I felt that this question was not answered. Which question was, did anybody else take the patients out? Then he said no.
Yes, as the court pleases. That's how I understood the evidence.
Okay. So you are now referring the witness to page 2877.
Thank you, my lady. I'm indebted to 2877. And I'll ask Ms. Stevenson just to put it up for Mr. Seretsani.
Can I just go to the page?
Statement is page 87877.
2877.
28, not 7. 2877. Ke se ba tlhagisitse mo screening. 2877.
Just before we go to the statement, I see this is a handwritten statement which is not that legible. I just want to find out from the witness, how far did you go with your education, Mr. Nofile?
Re Nofile sekolong o badile go fitlhela lebakeng la go le lefeng papa?
Grade 11.
Grade 11.
Did you pass grade 11?
We wa mo pasa grade 11.
No.
No.
Can you read English properly?
O tseba go bala English pila? Eh? Yes, I can read.
All right. Thank you very much. You may proceed.
Thank you, Melanie. Mr. Nofile, I'm looking at paragraph 5, which you'll see in front of you and on the screen. I'm going to just try and read it. You'll tell me if I'm reading it wrong because it's in handwriting. Patients...
the bit advocate. Batlo bala paragraph 5 papa ne. Wena o tla bolela gore ga e baneng seo a se balang ke se o se ngwadileng se se ngwadileng mo ka gore le ga ba re mongolo ga o tlhagelle pila ne. O mamele fela and then batla go botsisa potso gore ke sona na seo ba se balang na. Yes, thank you.
My lady, I see that Mr. Pitlela has a hand up.
Yes, continue, Mr. Pitlela.
My lady, since we are saying it's the witness's handwriting, wouldn't it be better that he's able to read this paragraph into the record? Because it is handwriting. I'm saying since it is handwriting, you will be better placed to read this paragraph into the record. Because there are certain things we as well cannot see.
Is it his handwriting?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to establish.
My lady.
All right. Can we find that out?
Yes, I'm happy to ask
I
the witness.
just cited a handwritten statement. I don't know who wrote this myself.
Yes, my lady. I hadn't suggested that it's his handwriting.
Yes, I just said it's a handwritten statement.
Yes.
If you can take him through this statement, whether he wrote it or not.
Yes, and the statement is on the page. Everyone has it. If I read a word incorrectly, someone will correct me.
No, it's fine. We can just find out if he is the one who wrote the statement.
Okay.
But I just thought, I don't know, but I think these are statements that are written by the police officers. I don't know. If you can just ask him.
Mr. Nofile, this statement in front of you at page 2877, did you write this or did someone else write this?
Renofile, statement is se ba se lebeletseng so wena o nang le sona fo. Ke statement so wena o ikwalletseng sona ka seatla sa gago go ba go na le motho o neng a kwala ge wena o bolela mo tlhalosetse.
Sengwe se ke le podisa nna ne re tlhalosa.
Yes.
The police officer wrote down the statement as we were explaining. I was explaining.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, continue, Mr. Pitlela. I think we're going to proceed now. Continue.
Thank you. Mr. Pitlela's
I
hand.
see that. Do you still have a question? Okay, the hand is down. Continue.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Nofile. It says in paragraph 5, I'm going to read it. Patients were not fed according to their diets. Would you like to translate, Mr. Translator? I'll stop.
Yes, please. Mo paragraph 5 ba bolela gore di patients di ne di sa kry dijo go ya ka di diet tsa bona go ba tsela eo ba swantse go fuwa dijo tsa maphelo a bona ka teng.
As all patients were fed same food.
Ka re balwetse ka fela ga bona ba ne ba fuwa ba le ba fa dijo tse tshwanang.
What is cooked on the day is fed to all the patients.
Se se apeiwang ka letsatsi ke se se fepuwang balwetse.
Sorry, I didn't see the full stop. It says what is fed.
It's just a second before you proceed, Mr. Interpreter. Is fed to all.
Yes.
Se fepiwa ka go fela ga bona gore ba ba fepa ka dijo tseo ka go fela ga bona.
Yes, continue.
The patients were supposed to be fed 3 times a day.
Balwetse ba tshwanetse go fuwa dijo gararo ka letsatsi.
But mostly they were fed once a day.
Fela makgetlo a mantsi be ba kry-a dijo ga 1 ka letsatsi.
Since most of the time there was no food.
Ka lebaka la gore ka nako tse dintsi go ne go sena dijo.
My lady, I see Mr. Pitlela's got his hand up.
Yes, Mr.
My
Pitlela.
lady, when this statement was initially admitted into the record, this witness was not asked whether this statement was read back to him. It was not properly proven because it went on the premise that he's the one who actually put his signature on the statement, and by supposition that what is said in the statement is what was said by the witness. And now transpires that what is contained in the statement is actually an interpretation that was given by a third party to what the witness has been testifying to. So I take issue with the statement, my lady.
Come again?
I see there's a hand up.
No. What are you saying? Forget. I see. I can be able to see that. I didn't get your last point. You say what are you saying about the statement? Just the last point.
Then to me, then it affects its admissibility. It's not properly proven.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
It's
Lee.
not been properly proven.
My lady, really, Mr. Pitlela is prolonging this proceedings. I asked the witness specifically, did you have the opportunity to read this statement this morning?
Correct.
He said, yes, I did. I asked you, do you confirm the contents thereof? He said, yes, I did. What more does Mr. Pitlela want? Really,
Mr. Pichela?
let's really stop wasting our time.
Mr. Late, if you can arrest his tongue and not forget to be respectful. The reason I'm objecting is because if this witness says he read this statement this morning, we are talking about when the statement was made, not this morning. We are talking about when the statement was made. You can't prove a statement
Has
by
he
saying
not confirmed the contents?
I'm
Okay,
saying the
thank you.
statement was not
I see
properly
there is a hand.
admitted on the record.
I hear you. There is a hand there.
And I speak by
Mr. Sibara, I've noted you. Mr. Pichela?
The point I'm making is this. I requested that this witness should read this paragraph. It's a simple demonstration of his understanding and his ability to read English. Now, that opportunity was not taken, and now we are working on the assumption that this witness is able to understand everything that is being written on the statement, and yet he requires an interpreter. That is a cardinal point. It's my point of departure. If indeed he understands what is on the statement, let him read it into the record. Alternatively, I can do
What
that
is the
during my
problem if he doesn't read it into the record? Because already on record, he confirmed that he read it this morning. And he confirmed the contents of the statement. So whether it is written, it's read by him or Ms. Gandl-Lender, I don't see any problem.
Not a problem, my lady. I'll get.
Okay, let me hear Mr. Sibara. That's fine.
During cross-examination, that's court business.
Mr. Sibara?
My lady, the court has just cleared me that he has confirmed the contents of the statement.
Yes.
That is the part I wanted to get clarity on. If he has confirmed the contents of the statement, that this is his statement, I'm happy to live with that.
He even said he read the statement this morning. Now Mr. Pichela wants us to go back to ask him whether he read the statement when it was taken.
So if the statement is authenticated, my lady, I'm happy to live with that.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we proceed?
Thank you, my lady.
Mr. Pichela, if you have got concerns regarding the witness and his statement, you will deal with that during cross-examination. Thank you.
As it pleases your leadership.
Yes, continue, Ms. Gandl-Lender.
Mr. Nofile,
you had just read up to the statement that says the patients were not supposed to be fed, were supposed to be fed 3 times per day, but mostly they were fed once a day since most of the time there was no food. If you can take it from there.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Nofile, we heard what you had to say in your statement about how often patients were fed. Am I correct that the patients were mostly fed vegetables?
Ba utlwile gore balwetse ba be ba kry-a dijo jang. E ka ba go yalo gore balwetse ba be ba fiwa ba jeswa di-vegetables.
They were the vegetables.
Yes, they were fed vegetables.
And was cabbage a vegetable that they were fed often?
Gantsi ba be ba fiwa cabbage ke yona nngwe veggies tse neng ba dija.
Cabbage le di-carrots.
And carrots as well.
Just speak louder. You are on record, Mr. Nofile. Cabbage and
cabbage le papa buela go godimo ne ba nyaka go
cabbage ka di-carrots.
Cabbage with carrots.
Cabbage ka di-carrots.
Carrots.
Yes, continue.
Thank you. And when you say that they were only fed once a day, when they were fed once a day, were they also given other things during the day? Tea, coffee, water?
Ga or bane mo o re tlhalosang gore bane ba fiwa dijo ga wane ka letsatsi go na le sengwe seo ba neng ba se kry-a go ja motlhomong kofi go ba tee go ba sengwe. They were drinking water.
No tea and no coffee.
Go be go sa ba sa kry tee go ba sa kry kofi. When there was no groceries, they would just drink water.
Were there often no groceries?
go dula go sena grocery ka nako tse dintsi.
Yeah, like Cantuela, before the thing grocery, I told my bula black, then like maybe after a month, the more to million legadi job,
When the establishment was opened, initially there was groceries, but sometimes after a month, that's when they started the shortage of food.
Just hold it there. Were there instances where they get one meal a day? Were there instances where they could get some drinks, tea, coffee, or something else other than water?
Go na le nako tseo e leng gore ba ne ba kry-a dijo ga one ka letsatsi, go be le nako e leng gore motlhomong ba kry-a di-drinks ba tee goba coffee ka letsatsi mo letsatsing.
Yeah, like never mo mathomo ba di kry-a no go no bana le di-juice, like after 12, like I kept going before I told my the ordinary rosaries the journey right, like then like after I fella the more to me over level after quid on quid it's a bit.
Okay, but yes. At the beginning, as I said, that there was groceries, they would get food, drinks, and also at times juice. Like I've indicated that after a period of a month, then there started to be to have a shortage of food.
Continue.
Of groceries.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Nofile, you said one of your responsibilities was to feed the patients. You remember that?
O tlhalositse gore e meng ya mebereko ya gago e ne e le go fa balwetse dijo. Go bjalo?
Go bjalo.
That's correct.
Now, what happened if a patient couldn't chew?
Go ne go diragalang ga e le gore molwetse ga a kgone go ka tlhafuna?
Azanga ra kopana le molwetse a palla go tlhafuna.
A go tlo ba
Azanga ra kopana le molwetse na palla go tlhafuna.
We never came across a patient that would be unable to chew.
Okay. I want you to go to page 7699.
Yeah, go page 7699.
Okay, and I want you to look there at paragraph 5.
Paragraph 5.
This is your statement, R1.
This one a statement is a house.
Which statement is this one now?
Sorry, my lady, it's page 7. The statement starts at 7698. It's a statement of Mr. Nofile. I think it was referred to as Exhibit R1.
Yes.
Okay. So there, paragraph 5, you talk about a patient called Christopher Mahoba. You remember Christopher Mahoba?
Mo statement in sa o bolela ka molwetse o ba reng ke Christopher Mahoba. O sa mo gopola?
Ke sa mo gopola Christopher Mahoba.
Yes, I remember Christopher Mahoba.
Okay. And you told us earlier that Christopher Mahoba was in a wheelchair, right?
o tlhalositse gore Christopher Makgoba o be a le mo wheelchairing.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, thank you. Now, in paragraph 5, you say there was a shortage of food for patients and also the patient's medication was finished.
Mo statement sa o bolela gore o ne go shota dijo tsa balwetse gape le meriana e fedile ditlhare di fedile.
And then you say Christopher Makgoba, who was wheelchair bound with normal body weight, was one of the patients who was taken care of at Precious Angel's home.
O tlhalosa le gore Christopher Makgoba ko o be a le mo wheelchairing a tsamaya ka wheelchair ebile a mmele wa gae a itekanetse ka boemo ba weight gape e be le o mongwe wa balwetse ba neng ba tlhokomela ko Precious Angel home.
As the days passed by, the patient started not eating well. His foods were made fine.
O tlhalositse gore ga nako ntse ya o ne setse a sa kgone go ja sentle mme dijo tsa gae di le kare di a silwa di dirwa fine.
Forced to eat and drink medication, which he sometimes refuses to take.
O be a gapeletswa go ja le go nwa ditlhare mo e leng gore ka nako nngwe o ne a gana go di tsaya goba go di nwa go le go ja.
Okay, let's stop there for a minute. So Christopher Makgoba started off, according to you, at a normal weight in a wheelchair.
Go ya ka wena Christopher Makgoba o thomile a mo wheelchairing a itekanetse seemo sa gae mmele wa gae weight ya gae.
And that as time passed, he started not eating well. When he couldn't eat well, the food was made fine. Now, you recall I asked you... Sorry.
A thoma go se je sentle. Me ge a sa je sentle, la thoma la le ka go sila dijo gore di be fine. A kgone go ja.
Okay, so you recall I asked you a question about what happens if a patient couldn't chew. Maybe I should have asked you the question a little differently. Mr. Makgoba had to have his food made fine, you say. Why is that?
Wa gopola ba ile ba botsa putsiso ya gore go na le o mongwe wa balwetse o ileng gore ona a sa kgone go tlhafuna na. Wa bolela gore ga ona le sto tlhokane le patient bjale mo ba bolela ka Mr. Makgoba gore ke ka lebaka lang go ne go tshwanetse gore dijo tsa gae di dirwe fine di siliwe.
Like so na palla go tlhafuna ta gana go ja le go nwa dipilisi na sa palle go tlhafuna. And then like
just it's not the fact that he could not Papa. It's not the fact that he could not chew, but the reason was that he was refusing to eat.
Okay. So he was refusing to eat. So what did you do when he was refusing to eat?
Ge a kana go ja jalo. Wena o bo dirang ge a kana go ja.
Sister Julia, like the duba bogobe like a carry porridge. Then like amu fita ka syringe.
Sister Julia would make the food fine or like so that it could be soft like a porridge, and then would feed him with a syringe.
And the food that was made soft. Sorry, my lady.
Continue.
The food that was made soft by Sister Julia, did she have a machine to do that? How did she do it?
Dijo tse tseneng di etswa fine ke Sister Julia. O ba ena le motšhini wa go di dira bjalo goba o ba a di etsa bjang go di be fine. She was doing that with her own hands.
Okay.
Continue.
Then you say, Mr. Nofile, that well, let me ask you a question differently. When he refused to eat food, did Sister Julia have to force the food into his body?
Sister Juliet o be a mo gapelletsa go tsentsha dijo ka mo mmeleng wa gae.
Gore a kgone go ja, a fetsa go ja gore a kgone go nwa dipilisi tsa gae.
Yes,
so that
yes, so that he could eat, and after eating he could take his medication. And then mafello?
Like, because like tshwanetse o je pele before nwa dipilisi again.
Because you must eat first before taking the tablets or medication.
And did he resist being forced the food?
O be a ile go ba a gana re ba mo gapelletsa go ja go ba gapelletsa dijo go tsena ka mo mmeleng wa gae.
Wa gana.
Yes, was resisting.
How was he resisting?
O be a gana ka tsela e bjang?
A gana go bula molomo. Then like it tshwanetse bo tshware ka matsogo, then a kgone mo fita ka syringe. Sister Julia mo fite.
He was refusing to open his mouth, and we had to hold his hands and force his mouth open so that Sister Julia could feed him food with a syringe.
Just hold in it there. Continue.
How long did this go on that he had to be forced food like this?
Ibile nako e kana ka go ba e kae gore o tshwantse nako a fosiwe go tsend go jeswa ka syringe.
Like na ke le mola like tele think big or make it a pedi before it was my give she Olivia go tengo.
When I was there, I would estimate about a week or 2 weeks prior to me leaving the place.
And
just a second.
Sorry, my lady.
Yes.
Okay, then you say in paragraph 5 that the patient then lost a lot of weight and started to be aggressive after his medication was finished.
O tlhalosa gore molwetsi o ile a latlhegelwa ke seemo sa gae boima ba gae mme a thoma go ba le dintwa a thoma go lwana ka gore meriane ya gae ditlhare tsa gae be setse di fedile.
You remember that?
Yeah.
Yes.
When you say his medication was finished, do you mean that there was no more medication at Precious Angels for the patients?
Ditlhare tsa gae ne se di fedile. O tlhalosa gore go ne setse go sena ditlhare lotlhe mo la Precious Angels.
It was not ditlhare for patients.
Yes, there was no medication for all the patients.
Okay. Then you say that Ethel Ngube was notified about the condition of Christopher, who needed urgent medical help.
Tlhalositse gore Ethel Ngube le la mmotsa ka seemo sa Ntate Christopher le ka ditlhare.
Now, how did you know he needed urgent medical help?
o tsebile yang gore o tlhoka thuso ya bongaka e tseneletseng go ya
Because
potlako?
Very kind of one like this motho o weak, then like you transano ya special nyaka ha special, then like the ethele sala like phonela a private doctor ya tla she and like
we could see his condition that he needed to be taken to hospital, and Ethel did call a private doctor.
Thank you.
Just a second. Yes.
We will ask Ms. Ngube about the private doctor. Did you see the private doctor come to check Christopher Makgoba?
But to Miss Ngube, by Mutsaka private doctor, wena o ile wa bona o kapa o kile wa bona private doctor e tla mola mo blacking ya mo Precious Engine.
it's all like I want it le ngwana hae ba rena feditso chase at the natla go thela go le ngwana hae.
Ngwana wa mang papa?
Ngwana doctor.
Yes, I did saw the doctor. The doctor did came with his or her child.
Okay.
After knocking off.
Yes.
And was Christopher taken to hospital?
Christopher, ba feletse ba misa sepetlele. No, he was not taken to hospital.
Okay. And then you say in paragraph 6 that on Sunday, 3 July 2016, at about 6 in the morning when we started bathing patients, Christopher was found lying on the ground unresponsive. You see that?
More paragraph 6. For the 26th of July, or 3 July 2016, kana ko ya bo 6, re le thoma le tlhapisa balwetse. Le grele Christopher a robetse mo fatshe e bile a sa respond, a sa signye. Go bjang?
Go bjang.
That's correct.
How do you remember how long it was between the time the private doctor came and the time that Christopher died?
E ka bo ka gopola gore ke ka mora nako kana ka motho mo go tloga nako le doctor a tlile le go fitlhela le kry Christopher mo fatshe. I cannot correctly remember.
Was it a few days or longer than a week, for example?
It ka ba matsatsinyana mmalwa go ba motlhomong ka mora beke.
Matsatsi a mmalwa.
Would be few days.
A few days, okay. Now, you say in your statement that some other staff members resigned or stopped coming to work. Why was that, as far as you know?
O tlhalosa mo statementeng sa gore babereki ba bang ba ile ba leboga tiro ba sa tlhola ba tla mmerekong. E ka motlhomo wa tseba lebaka gore ke eng?
Because of ne re sa patediwe, and then like the bereka like could that's a big which like it was go mmereko ke sa ye hae ba la go robala.
Okay. Because we were not being paid or compensated, and we would work for the whole week without going home.
Is that the reason that you resigned?
Ke lona lebaka le go dirileng gore o leboge tiro. Yeah.
If you just bear with me for 1 minute, my lady. Those are my questions for the witness. Thank you, my lady.
Yeah, just one clarification. You just said you were not paid and you would work for the whole week without going home. What do you mean by this? Are you saying, were you waking 24 hours? What was happening?
O tlhalositse gore ra lebaka le rileng gore le bogetiwe go gore ne le sa patelwe and gape le gore ne le bereka beke ka kaofela le sa e gae o tlhalosa gore be le bereka 24 hours go ba be le bereka bjang o tlhalosa gore ga le be le bereka le sa e gae
There's a great chance, like more than 24 hours. Until the way Meleka Moalapa, then trying to get the patient, the trying to high gamo, or trying to high. I don't know, Melang to a little time through trying to my change a story happen, tell her lang, Talisa Haiga Lagueso.
We were working right through. It would be more than 24 hours. If you would work at night and the following morning you want to go home, she would say no, just wait, and then you will go home when, and that would not happen.
Okay.
And the body gets tired, and on the other hand, you have to pick up for the patients.
Okay. Thank you. I see it's now 8 minutes before 1 o'clock. I don't know. I think this is the opportune time for us to take the lunch adjournment. Can we resume at 5 minutes to 2? Is that possible, Mr. Interpreter?
It is possible, my lady.
Yes. Can you please warn the witness?
Renofile. Jaaka ga o fane ka botlhatsi wa tlhokomedisiwa gore o santse o tlo boa ka 522 re tlo thomella o tlo fana ka botlhatsi gape botlhatsi bo o faneng ka bona ga e bane go na le batho ba bangwe ka montle ga o tlo bo bolella batho bao o tlo tlhakanang le bona ga o bolele sepe le bona ba utlwana
Okay.
ga o ka dira seo ke tlolo ya molao o utlwile papa. The witness is one, my lady.
Thank you very much. The court will take a lunch adjournment. We will resume at 5 to 2. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady.
May it please the court, my lady.
Court pleases.
Thank you, lady.
As the court pleases.
Your ladyship pleases.
Yes, I'm ready, my lady.
Ms. Bandel-Lender has just finished cross-examining the witness. If I may just remind the witness that he's still under oath.
Re Nofile o sa gopotswa gore o santse o le ka tlasa kano e o itsereng gore o tla bolela nnete o sa gopola seo.
Yes, I hope.
Yes, the witness is still under oath, my lady.
Ms. Munjerera, do you have questions in cross-examination of the witness?
As please the court, my lady, I don't have any questions for this witness.
Thank you. Ms. Foster, is she available?
My lady, as it pleases the court, we do not have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sibara and your team?
As it pleases the court, my lady, we don't have questions
Thank
to
you.
the witness.
Mr. Hutamo?
As the court pleases, my lady, we don't have questions to the witness.
Thank you, Ms. Saboko. Ms. Saboko? Okay, I'm proceeding, Mr. Ramaimela and her team.
As the court pleases, my lady, no questions for the witness.
Thank you. Ms. Koka?
As please the court, my lady, Advocate Tota has given me a message to say that she has sent an email to Nelisiwe this morning saying that she will be leaving early to go and see a doctor. She has further requested me to tell the court that she does not have questions for this witness, my lady.
Thank you, Ms. Maite.
May it please you, my lady, I have no questions for this witness.
Ms. Mboweni.
May it please the court, my lady, I have no questions for this witness.
Mr. Manamela, did you attend the proceedings today? Was he at roll call, Nelisiwe?
Yes, Judge, he was at roll call this morning.
Okay. So he's absent now. I'm going to pass him. Mr. Profi. Are you there? I'm going to pass him. Mr. Pichela, it's now your turn to cross-examine the witness.
May it please you, my lady. My lady, I've sent an email to the Honorable Judge's Secretary, Ms. Nelisiwe Madonsela, in which I indicated my withdrawal as the attorney of record for Ms. Ethel Ngube. The reasons are advanced therein. I am not aware if the court
I haven't seen the email.
Yes, my lady. Then I would propose that the Honorable Court should look at the email and the notice of withdrawal and indicate its position in that regard. I would not like the matters discussed therein to form part of this record and therefore to contaminate this record unnecessarily. May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you. Can I just check before I look at the email? Mr. Veselo, do you have questions to this witness?
No questions, my lady, no questions.
Thank you. I don't know whether the email was also sent to the others, but I just want to check if I've got the email. I'm going to just look at it while we are sitting like this. If you can just bear with me.
It was sent to the evidence leaders, my lady, because I thought they were the ones who...
Did you send it to also the evidence leader?
Yes, I sent to the evidence leaders, Mr. Leah, Advocate Leah.
That's fine. Let me just check. Nelisiwe, can you please forward the email to me? I don't see anything here.
Judge, I'm still refreshing. I haven't received it as well. I'm just refreshing my email. I'll just check on my side, Judge.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm going to let's take a 15-minute break so that we can check. Just check with Mr. Pitlela, because I think she told me that the emails were slow this morning. I don't know whether that is still the case.
Well, I've noted that Mr. Late also has the email and he has read it, so maybe he can assist the court in that regard.
No. I don't want to do. You have indicated that you don't want us to discuss that on record. So that is why I'm saying either I should take a 15-minute break. I just want to check. Nelly, so you're only using the judiciary email?
No, Judge, I have an alternative Gmail, Judge.
If you can check and then forward it to my other inmate, please.
That's fine, Judge.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to take a short adjournment just for 5-10 minutes so that I can access the email and look at it quickly.
Judge, may I ask if she can look also on Mimecast if it's working?
May it please the court, my lady.
Yes, I'm back. I was able to get the email. Mr. Pichela?
Court pleases, my lady.
I have gone through your notice. Yes, I'm listening. You said there were, I don't know, there's no need for you to be explaining. There's nothing here except that you don't have instructions, isn't it?
That is correct, my lady.
Yes. So we cannot force you to proceed while you have indicated that you cannot proceed.
Please the court, my lady.
Yes. In that case, Mr. Late?
I'm here, my lady.
Yes, but the letter doesn't say much. I'll have to excuse Mr. Pitlela as a legal representative of this NGO.
It seems that she's also not.
Where is, if I can find out, where is Miss Ethel Ngube? Miss Ngube, are you there? Mr. Pitlela, where is your client? Is she attending the proceedings?
My lady, as far as I was aware, that was what was indicated at the beginning, that all of them should attend. And in that way,
she has been attending proceedings as far as I can remember. All along. Yes, but I think I can't remember immediately when you started representing them, but I remember seeing her all along. If I may check with Nelly Sewell, do they also complete the attendance register?
Judge, no, they don't. The council is the one that confirms appearance on their behalf.
But do they come?
Sometimes, yes, Judge. I see their names, they log in, and sometimes they don't.
Can we check with her if she's available now, wherever she is? Mr. Late, can you assist us to locate her if possible? If she's not there, we'll have to see how to proceed.
Well, I don't have her, and I also
don't have her number.
I don't have a number anymore.
Mr. Pichela, you can assist us, because I want her to be advised.
Come again? On the withdrawal. I have included the contact numbers, the ones that I have on record, on the notice, and the email addresses.
There is a number here. 064 731.
Judge, I tried calling the number. I saw the number on the email. I tried calling the numbers. They just ring and just go to voicemail, Judge.
Okay, it's fine. Let me just give Mr. Late the number. 064, Mr. Late.
My lady, with respect, and I apologize for interrupting, but is it wise to give this number?
Oh, yes. You know... Thank you, Mr. Van Bergen. Mr. Late, you have got the email address. Look at you have got the email. Just look at the email itself. It has got the number at the end on the first page.
There are two numbers.
Yes, there are two numbers. There is an alternate number there.
Yes.
Mr. Pichela, before I excuse you, we'll have to find her so that she can confirm. And at this point in time, because she's not there, you are still on record on behalf of the others, isn't it?
Indeed, my lady.
Okay.
God pleases.
So, what are we doing with the witness now? Can we excuse the witness for now? In case you need him, we will have to recall him. Mr. Pinath, Mr. Late.
God pleases, my lady.
My lady, Advocate Lake is just phoning Ethan Rube as the court requested.
Come again?
Advocate Lake is just phoning as the court requested.
Yes, we can wait, but Nelisiwe has just said that she has tried to phone both numbers. There was no answer.
Yes, Judge, she answered now. I tried again now. She said where she is, there's network issues, but she'll try log in again. She didn't log in this morning, but she'll try log in again now.
I see your email has just arrived on my judiciary mail. The email that from Mr. Pichel, but I have it on my alternative email address.
You have dialed is incorrect. Please tap the number and dial again.
Judge?
Yes?
I said I tried calling her again. She said where she is, there's connectivity issues, but she'll try join in. She didn't join in this morning.
Why? We were not alerted. She has to find a place where she can join, because all along I thought she was attending the proceedings, because this was what I'd ordered from the beginning.
Yes, Judge, she's trying to log in.
So how is it's the legal representative going to continue if she's not there to consult with her? Mr. Late, are you succeeding so that I can either adjourn these proceedings for today?
I'm not succeeding, my lady. Call
Can
this
we?
think
Tomorrow we've got the doctor, isn't it? Can we excuse the witness for now, and then Mr. Pitlela still forms part of these proceedings? But I would love if you may phone her, so that I want her to come and explain.
That's okay.
Yes, it's so.
Yes.
My lady?
Yes, I'm listening.
I just spoke with Ms. Mube. She lost her phone, she says, and she just got a phone yesterday, and she can't connect today. I told her she must contact Mr. Pishlela and arrange with him whatever they are going to do in the future. But I think the witness can be excused today, and we can proceed with the doctor tomorrow, and at a later stage, Mr. Nufile can come back.
Okay. But will she be in a position to connect tomorrow?
That she must discuss that with Mr. Pishlela.
Okay.
She says she can't connect now.
Okay. Mr. Pishlela?
Let's go, please.
I got her on the second number, 062.
Okay, don't give it over the phone.
The whole number.
You can give the number to Mr. Pishlela and Nelisiwe.
Yes.
Okay.
Just refer to the second number on the.
Okay. Is it the second number? The alternative number there?
No. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. I got hold of her on the second number.
Come again?
I got hold of her on the second number that's on the email.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. On that note, the cross-examination of this witness by the legal representative of Ms. Ethel Mube, the owner of Precious Angels, is therefore reserved. The witness is therefore excused. Where necessary, he will be recalled for cross-examination.
Re phitlhela re dirile gompieno go fitlhela lebakeng la jaanong o ka lokologa fela ge o tlhokagala gape ba tla nne ba go bitse o tle o role botlhatsi gape o tlile papa.
Okay.
Witness understood, Manadian is excused.
Thank you.
O siamela.
If I may find out, even the interpreter can be excused for now.
That's correct, my lady.
Okay. Mr. Siritsani, thank you very much for coming to our assistance today. We'll also call you in case we have a problem. Thank you very much. You are also excused.
Thank you, my lady.
Is that all for the day, Mr. Late?
That's all for the day, my lady. The witness for tomorrow is Prof. Tintinger.
Professor?
Tintinger, yes.
Tintinger. Did we get the pages of his evidence? Yes. Which pages to look at? If you may assist.
That is of just now. He's testifying for accused for deceased number 9, deceased number 11, and deceased number 52. Deceased number 9 is the pages is it's page 2913.
Yes.
To page 2915.
Page 132
to 2915.
Yes.
And the second for deceased number 11 is page 3274 to 3276.
Yes.
And for deceased number 52, William Fulani, it's 4576 to 4578.
Thank you very much. The proceedings for today are therefore adjourned.
As your ladyship pleases.
As the court
Please, the court, my lady.
As the court pleases, my lady.